Hello there guys and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike aka Decimal Punked and we are back in Unity 6.0 and the version we're using is 6000.0.58f2. I'm going to do a quick recap of just what we've done in the last stream. So we were working on this loot browser. It was originally going to have nameplates, which is how I first started doing it, but then I just thought the ground was getting a bit too cluttered, and there was also an issue with the way the nameplates are being displayed above the items. So it's looking good though. So what happens at the moment is when you kill an enemy, loot drops, and then when you stand on the loot, it will appear at the top left. So essentially, what we're going to be doing this stream is trying to get the loot browser so that we can use our middle mouse to essentially scroll through the loot and select one that we might want. So instead of just picking up everything with E, you can actually, like, if you didn't want to pick up the bones and you just wanted the gems, we'll be able to toggle through that. So the way we're going to do this, it's not something I've done before because we're using a UI element. That loot browser at the top right it's like a UI element with a scroll bar, but we're not actually going to be using the mouse to kind of drag around it. What we're going to be doing is, if we're standing on a pile of loot, we want to be able to just use the middle mouse, highlight the one we want, and then you would, when you've highlighted one you want, you press E. So the way I'm thinking of doing this at the moment is, we know that all the items listed in the loot browser are children of the content folder. So what we're going to need to do is, I think by default the first one should be selected. So if it's if game object index 1 or child 1 is at the top, then you would go through with the mouse wheel, and then you would select the ones you want. So each of these items has an image component. If I just go on here, they've got the image component here. So what you want to do is say, if image component is active, you'd set the index. So this might take me a little while to get my head around, guys, because this is there's a fair bit going on. So the content, Right, just try and think the best way to start with this. Now I have asked AI for a bit of guidance on this because we're not a point and click game, we're a third person game. Okay, so I think within the loot browser, because what we need to do is we need to communicate with the loot on the floor to the loot browser. So if the player is selecting an object from the loot browser, when we select that, we need to delete we need to delete the game object that spawned it. That's gonna be or if you hold on. Right, how are we going to do this? So we've got the spawned object. Okay, I have an idea. I don't know if it's, I mean, there's so many different ways to do different things in coding. Right, what I'm thinking is instead of trying to read the what you want to do is get the components. So if we go to the UI prefab of this, so on this object, it's got the canvas, it's got the TMP, and then it's only got the component here, the image component. Okay, so what we can do is we can utilize that. So under the loot, the bones. Okay, so so if the player is staying, in the trigger, if that's true, and then just go to the player character. Get key. Okay. Right, so if the player is staying in the trigger, right, so the condition for the player to kind of pick up an item is that the loot item is highlighted in the loot browser and they're in the trigger and they're pressing E. So what we need to do, we need to get a component in the child of that. So, okay, if I get that and call it image, and then is component active. So at the moment, that's not gonna register anything. So we're in the bone stack at the moment. So if we're staying in the trigger of so when we enter the trigger, we show the loot in the loot browser. We know that happens. So when we enter the trigger, we show that in the loot browser. When we leave, we destroy it. If we stay in the trigger, we get the component of that spawned object, and we're checking if the image is active. And we're saying if the image is active, if I just show you this, the image is that. So when that's on, it shows that the item is highlighted or selected. That's our way of checking if it's selected. So if the player presses E and that item is selected, so E and the item is selected, then we destroy the game object. So we destroy that, and then so basically we remove the spawned object from the loot browser, and then we destroy the loot item itself. But before that gets done, you would want to plug in the bit about adding the loot to the inventory, provided that the player's backpack is free. So we've not programmed in the inventory yet, but what we can do, so I've actually been doing these post-it notes as nice little kind of, they're quite handy for just putting in what I need to happen. So at the moment, what we should be able to do is to destroy the loot from the loot browser. But the gateway to destroy it is that we have space in the inventory. If we do have space, then we do that bit of code. So now what we need to do is within within the code for the loot browser, we need to essentially what do we need to do? We need to handle the selecting between the items. Now that's going to be the tricky bit. So at the moment we've just got this bit of code in for the bone stack. So I believe that will work. Right. So now I want to get input. Input. So what we want to do here is we want to read detect mouse scroll wheel input. So if I go on the loot browser, detect returns true, releases the given mouse button. The current mouse scroll delta. Scroll? I feel like it would be that one. Mouse position. The current mouse position delta. Mouse scroll delta. Mouse button down. I don't feel that it's going to be that. Okay, right, so it was Welcome to the stream. Get mouse scroll delta. I feel like it would be that. On mouse input. Left button, right button, middle. Okay, so 0 is for left, right is 1, middle is 2. I'm just going to query this with Google. Let's see if Google has the answer. Jesus Christ. So if we use the middle mouse, up, down. I just don't feel like that's the right thing, because we're not pressing it, we're... That doesn't feel right either. I mean, I guess if we... on update... I don't feel that's right, because I'm pretty sure that's if we pushed in the middle mouse button. That's why I don't think that's going to work. So instead, if we had... If we had that... I'm not pushing it down. That's the annoying thing. I really don't think that's the right node. I think it's the what? Is it the Y? Get mouse down. If that's true, we would have an if, and we would say if it's greater than 0, if it's greater than 0, so if the player is moving up, scroll wheel up, then are we able to get it as an array? content. Okay, let's just give this a go and see if this works. So if we move the mouse wheel up, get the child. I'll move these nodes. Get the first child. Surely that's not going to work. Plugging in a transform. Surely that's not going to work. Get the image. Shit. Welcome to the stream. How the hell are we going to turn that component on? Set component active? I want to set the component. There has to be a node for setting the image active. Surely there has to be. There we go. Image. Right. If the loot browser is open, the loot browser by default is going to be off because the loot manager sets it on or off depending how many children it has. If it has 0 children, it's off. If it has more than that, it's on. So the code in here then, which is happening every frame, we're getting the input and we're saying if the Y, if we're going up with the mouse, we get the child, we get the component set active. So I know this isn't going to scroll through, but this is just a test that we can at least set the image enabled. Not sure if that's going to work. I don't think that transform output going into the game object is going to work. I have a feeling. Moment of truth, guys. Alright, so we're on that. Well, there's no errors. Maybe that's because Alright, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bypass that node and I'm going to try that. Hey Nalof, welcome. I've had so many people comment about RuneScape. That was the intention, to have a RuneScape feeling game. So... Oh! Oh, it worked! Oh my god. Oh my god. We've highlighted the object, guys. Oh my god. Thank you, dude. Nailoff, are you a follower? I feel like your name... I know you're not on stream often, but I recognise your name, and normally when there's new viewers it pops up saying new time chatting. But oh my god, I've done it. I've actually got the loot. Oh my god. Oh my god, I've actually done it. I've done it! Yes! Yeah, so this game is I've designed this game in a low poly art style, and it's not inspired by RuneScape. It's just I've gone for like it's just like a third person medieval RPG. Now, what I've been working on. How have you been anyway? It's been a while, dude. Okay. Right, so this is really good. So basically, I've just proven this what I've been working on is the loot dropping. So all of the loot that drops from the enemies is all programmed in. What I'm working on at the moment is the loot browser. I originally started with nameplates for items that dropped on the floor. Very similar to Diablo 2 with, you know, like a little name tag for the items when they drop on the floor. But it felt like it was just too much clutter on the world environment. So what I did, I spent three to 3.5 hours working on that, and then I was just like, it's not really doing it for me. And also there was a slight issue with the nameplates, like sometimes they weren't directly above the game object, which was very bad. It should have been above the game object. So I've opted for a loot browser. So basically when you walk over an item, a loot item on the floor, it will create a UI child on the loot browser, and then it will appear in the loot window. And what I'm doing here is this bit of code is to basically do with it's it's to do with scrolling through the loot. I just wanted to check something actually. Thank you for the spam view there, Dark. I just wanted to check something because I've got the code in there. So if we have an item highlighted, if I was to press E, it should destroy itself. At that stage, we add it to the inventory. So let me just see if I can do that. Oh my god, it worked. Oh my god. Did you see that? Look, we select the item and then press E. Ho ho ho! Baby! Oh my god. Progress. So we go up, we press E. Oh my god. I'm making progress. I came to like a bit of a, not a writer's block, but I was at a bit of a stump last night. I think I did a 5.5 hour stream, and I got to this stage and I was just like, I can't, it's new to me, like it just stumped me, and I was just like, this is not good. So if we stay in the trigger and the image component is active and we press E, we destroy the object. Now it will only get destroyed with this block where we're checking and the inventory has space. If it does have space, then we destroy the object. If the player's bag is full, we'll do a warning to say you have no free space. So once we've got this kind of selection process working within the loot window, what we will then do is we will then create the UI for the inventory. Oh my god, sorry, I'm filling you guys in with loads of waffle and dev talk. I'm just trying to explain things as I go, because yeah, if anyone was curious what I'm doing. So at the moment, on every frame, whilst the loot browser is active, if we do the mouse wheel up, we get the child. I'm glad that worked as well. I was worried about the output, the transform output, not working plugged into the game object input. So I'm really happy that little section right here is working. So I think we need to have a for loop. For each loop. God, it's been a while since I've used this node. What I'm going to do, I'm going to move the nodes that I'm not using. Get the child count of this game object. Get the child count. That's an integer, the number of children. Right, I'm just going to query with AI about this node. Right, so the starting value of the loop counter. 0 means the loop starts counting from 0. Last, the ending value of the loop counter. The loop will run as long as the counter is less than or equal to this value. I'm guessing that would go in there. You get the children count. So basically, because the game objects, the children of the loop browser are going to change based on how much is loot there. It's going to be a constantly changing thing. So if I put that in there, so for the for loop, you got the first and you got the, so basically that should step between however many children are in there, I think. How often do I stream? Well, it's been a fair bit at the moment, dude. I've been a busy bunny. Over the Christmas, well, before Christmas, I was doing. Well, I was actually, this game that you can see now, this is actually my university project. I completed the project mid-December, submitted it, and I believe the end of this month I should get my results. I'm hoping for a first, like top marks. Yeah, I'm quite excited to get my results. So this game, in terms of the university assignment, it's completed, it's been submitted, but I've been actively developing it since I've submitted it, so I'm expanding the game. There's going to be really, really cool stuff, like there's going to be new monsters, new areas, like I'm going to be designing like a goblin area, maybe like goblin ruins. So I'm going to create that. I'm going to be modelling 3 different types of goblins. Probably have a magic caster and 2 different types of melee. Maybe one with a dagger and one with a... Actually, I could have one with a spear and one with a mace. So yeah, I streamed quite a lot over December. I streamed probably 3 to 4 evenings a week, maybe. It depends how busy I am and what I'm doing, because I'm always doing something. Right. Let me get back to this. Get the children count. Index. Okay. Right, think about this, Mike. Think, mate, think. Right, so during the body, if we're going up, get the child count. Okay, so if we're going up, we highlight the top one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a less. I'm going to do a less than 0. So if the player does mouse wheel down, so mouse scroll wheel down, Not too sure with this one. I feel like I'm... So for each loop... So we're getting the index, getting the children count. So if mouse is down, we are going to if the mouse wheel is down, you're going to want to get the first I'm just wondering if we need a different right, so this loop, I don't know if this is the right node. Welcome to the stream, Long Arm. How are you today? So, I guess, hold on. If we plug that in the body, so when we do mouse wheel down, we get the child count. So basically the loop is going to be 0 to that. I guess the index is going to be that. So whatever, so 0 to the last is going to be, so if there's like 15 loot items, then the last will be 15. So within the body of this loop, we're saying get the child of the loop parent and whatever this is on, maybe it should be a switch on integer actually. Yes. University. University, Naloth. Yeah. So I'm in my second year. First trimester, which was the end of last year, we made this game. Well, I made my game in Unity. We all had to make a game in Unity. It was a narrative game. I opted for a medieval RPG with a quest line, so narrative based. Synthwave for life, baby. Right. Well, I'm UK based. It's just weird because obviously over here you have like nursery, then you've got primary school, secondary school, college, university. I'm going to see if this works. So at the moment, if we were to do mouse wheel down, I don't know what's going to happen here. We'll see what this loop does. Pray for me. Transform child out of bounds. Get the child count of this. Um, hmm. Um, Shader graph. Is that in Unreal? Oh, Unity. What's the shader graph? I don't know what that is. Yeah, importing stuff. I've not had to use that before though. So if mouse wheel is down, my God, I feel like I've managed to get the middle mouse, the scroll wheel, highlighting the objects. I've managed to get that happening. What I'm struggling to do at the moment is get the right nodes which will allow me to go up and down between the children, and we know that's got to be done on the index. I'm just wondering, actually. Oh, maybe that might be good. If we had a scene variable, if I got rid of that, if I made it a scene variable, loot, I'm going to call it loot children. And if I make this a list of list game objects, so it's a list of the game objects. So at the point, because at the moment we're in the loot browser. Now the only thing this does, this line of code will delete the loot object. Oh, okay. I don't know when I'll ever need to use. I'll probably need to come across that at some point, but I haven't. In the projects I've done in Unity, I've not had to go into shader creation. Right, so what we want to do is where we're instantiating the spawned object is the object that goes on the UI. So what we want to do is for each prefab, each loot prefab, when that UI element is spawned, we're gonna get that add to list add okay, so right, so when we instantiate the UI element, so when we spawn that, we're adding it That's the list. And that is the object. So we're adding there we go. Okay, cool. Right, we're getting somewhere. Okay. So when we instantiate, when we spawn the UI element in the loot browser, where that handles all of it, but then this bit I've added at the end, this is adding that item to the list that we've just created, which is a scene variable. So that game object will appear in this list. So then add item, remove item. So, okay. Alright, so when we enter the trigger of a lootable item, we show it in the loot browser and we add it to the loot children list. When we exit that trigger, we remove the item and then we destroy the UI. So before I can continue with this part of code, because what we can do is we can get the index. What we'll be able to do, we'll be able to do switch on integer, I think. So if I just go back to here. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this bit of code, go on to the other. The coins is the only one that just automatically picks up. So if we go into the blood ruby and just paste that just like that. Right, so all of those prefabs will now have that line of code that will basically delete the game object if it's selected in the browser. So now what we need to do on the script graph, so on the script graph we just need to add on this last section. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a picture of this and make it quicker for me. Okay. Right, so at the moment we're in the bone stack, so if I go onto the blood ruby, right, so I need to copy that and that and that. Remove item. Destroy game object. Destroy. Okay, so that's the blood ruby, and then if we go on to the emerald, okay, and then the topaz. Okay, so if we just go into the prefab for each item, so we've got the bone stack, that's in there with the list, blood ruby, topaz. Okay, so what we've got happening now is whenever the player enters the trigger and we spawn that, we add it to the list. But then when the player leaves the trigger, we remove that object from the list before we destroy it. So now, if we go back to our loot browser, okay, so now this is the bit where we should be nailing this down. So if the mouse, this less than 0, what this is doing is, this is if the mouse wheel is down. So if it's down, we're adding to we're adding to the oh my god, we're going to be going positively on the index number. So if I move that there, so if the mouse wheel is down, so if mouse scroll is down, if mouse scroll is down, what you want to do is you want to get the children index 0. Well, we know that the moment they get added to, when they get added as a child, the moment they get added as a child to the loot browser, that index number should be the same as the index number in the list. So so if it's down, you would loot children, loot parent. So get the child. I guess you would get the child. I don't even think I need that bit. Because I know in the loot parent, in the prefab over here, we're adding it as a child. But in here, technically, I should be able to... Is there a way we can count the list? So if it's down, you want to Alright, let's just move some of this stuff out of the way. Alright, so if mouse scroll is down, you would get the index. Yeah, it's tricky, dude. This what I'm doing at the moment, this is Visual Script. So this is visual scripting. It's not C#. It is coding, but it's not C#. It's a visual form of coding. Studying game design, we're not required to know code. We're required to use visual scripting to prototype game ideas. Sorry, I'm just let's have a look at what other options there are here on the list. Welcome to the stream, Awen. How are you doing, my friend? I've made some progress. Do you remember last night stream? I was, I don't know if I was at burnout, but I was tired and things. What I've got functioning is I have got this node here, right here, what this does is it's that bit of code along with this highlights the object. So I have that functioning. What I'm trying to do at the moment is now basically if there are multiple children within that loot browser, we want to toggle between up and down the children in that that list. So I know I've got a few different nodes dotted around here. I'm just trying to get the right one to allow me to... I know it's like a switch on integer, probably. So, yeah. And what I've done, you see on the scene variables bottom left, we've got a loot children. So that's basically a list of game objects. So what I'm trying to do is if the mouse wheel is down, what we want to do is you want to get the children, and then I just don't know if it should be done in a loop or not. I'm just not sure if it should be done in a loop. I don't even know if I need this node, AOT list to array. It's like we have the switch on integer. But a selector. So if loot child, that's the list. I wonder if it's like a count. Get count. So you'd get the count. This would be... that would be the number of items in there. So if you get the count, That just seems a bit wrong. What I'm going to do, I'm going to move that just down there. Okay, let's talk through the logic here and see if this is looking right. I know that this bit of code, before I did this, I know that it highlighted the object. If mouse wheel goes down, we get the total number of children in there and plug that in there. So basically you'd have the first child up to the maximum amount of children, and then within that we're switching, so each time we do mouse wheel down, we should be turning the images on. So I guess see if that works. It always makes me laugh when they're all going like that. The villagers, they always just seem to cluster at sometimes. It's quite funny. It's like they're going off to the secret town party that Damric wasn't invited to. Poor Damric. Cannot convert from generic list to Unity Visual Scripting AOT list. Okay. So AOT list, that was the wrong. AOT, so this was wrong then. Where was that? Oh, I'll tell you what I'll do then. If I get rid of get count, let's see if that works. see if this works, and then we'll go back to the script. How are you doing today, Awen? You good? Oh no! What's going on there? Let me just unplug that. Something's gone weird. Okay, give me 1 second. I just need to check why it was adding the common. No! Why is that? What's happened? That list thing shouldn't... What is going on? Why is it showing? Yeah, but this list, I'm not displaying that list. How weird. How weird. That was really weird. It bloody should be. It's almost like this list is the problem. Let's test that again. That shouldn't... That's really weird. How weird. That's so weird that this node that's so weird. What? I don't understand that. Oh, I actually had a warning from...
Nothing beats...
Well, no.
Nothing beats...
Oh, actually... Yes, that would be a good idea, because the only time we're actually destroying the bones is when we press E. So yeah, I think you're right. No, hold on. No, because when I destroy the object, I won't be able, like, at the point that's destroyed, if I remove the item, I won't be able to remove it because it's destroyed. Like, I won't be able to reference the item because it's gone from the system. So, give me 1 second. Sorry, give me 1 minute. Right, sorry, where were we? Maybe it's bugging up because the item you're removing isn't stored properly since it's reference. Sorry, right, let me read through your comments. Oh, okay. Yeah, because at the moment we're adding. So, okay, I think you're right. So where we're adding the instantiated, because we had this issue when I was first setting this up. And creating the spawned object was the solution. So instead of adding the instantiated to the list, we would do that and do that. Wow. Right, let's see if that works then. Why am I getting object? Spawned object. Oh, that's because at the moment there's nothing in there, but when it is spawned. Right, so let's test that. So this is the bone stack graph. So what we're expecting to happen is when we enter, it shows in the loot browser. When we leave, it doesn't do what it was doing before. Hello, Lara Croft. Oh, hey! Success. Okay. Good suggestion there, Owen. So the bug there was that we were doing this, getting the reference for the instantiated. Just weird how that was kind of not allowing the game object destroy node to follow through. Really, really weird. So what we need to do then is we need to go into the other charts. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a screenshot. There we go. And now on my second monitor, I can see what I need to replicate. So going to the blood ruby. So the spawned object goes back to about here, and we unplug that from there. That goes in there, and we get that one off of there, and the spawned object goes up there. So before we destroy that UI element, we're removing it from the list. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? So that looks, I'm just comparing this, right, that's good. So that's the blood ruby, emerald. So this goes to there. We remove that. That goes into there. Remove that. That goes into there. Okay, so that's the emerald, and then the topaz. Move that to there. Unplug that. That goes into there. Unplug that. That goes into there. Okay. Right, so that's those done. So if we now go back to this one. Right. Okay, so you were saying the list. Count list. Count. See, it's always coming up with AOT list. And I think when I used that node before, get count. It's not a dictionary. It must be count items. Count items? Okay. So we count the items. So okay, oh hold on. No, I think we are gonna need, I think I can create an object variable. So if I have selected index, right. So if mouse wheel is down, then we need a switch on int. So, right, what I'm going to do, because I've got so many different sections here. This one here, let me just show you that this does work. I know that at the moment it's getting the first child, but let me just show you the highlight does work. I was really excited to see it in action. So this will work only for the first the first child. Hello, Lara Croft. Watch this. So I'll do mouse wheel down. You see that? You see it's highlighted. Pretty cool, huh? And then if I press E, hey! Functionality. Right, so now what we need to do is get the, I guess you would get the selected index. Oh, hold on a minute. Okay, so if you do down, it's getting the selected index. So we know that that's 0. So when the user Okay, 1 second. What I'm thinking is if we had this and a custom event here, you would get the child. Selected index. Let me think about this for the minute, because what we need to do is when we change index, you need to turn off Right, 1 second. Let me think this through. Selected index will be the one. If selected index doesn't equal that, oh, now this is the tricky bit. Okay, so when you do down, oh, right, hold on. Get selected index +1. So this mouse down will go scroll downwards, and we know that the very top item in the loot browser is going to be 0 index. So as we scroll down on the mouse, we're going to be as we scroll down on the mouse, we're going to be adding +1 to that index. So if we do down selected index, but then what you want to do is clamp it based on the number of children. Loot children. If I just go back to here, loot children. Okay. Selected index +1. So when we go down, we add 1, but then we clamp it. Yeah, so loot children is going to be the maximum. So when we scroll down, we're adding to the selected index, and then you need to have something to say if there is no children, selected index would be 0. Okay, so if there are no children, we set that to 0. Okay. Right, so if mouse scroll is down, we get the selected index, add 1 to it. We add 1 to it. And then if, hold on. So if it's greater, that means we're scrolling up. So ugh! What the fudge? Ugh! What the fudge, dude? What happened there, mate? That was a bit freaky deaky. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Hold on. Right. If the Y is going, we're scrolling down, we're adding to the selected index. We're adding. And then if we're going up, we're subtracting. Okay. Right, so that handles the selected index. Okay, so I'm wondering if we add not something for the on every frame. I'm wondering if we added a custom event that was only called here at the end. Okay, so the next step is to okay, right, so the next step is oh my god, how are we gonna do this? Right, we need to have something to say. We need to have something that will basically turn off the image component. So when we're selecting one, okay, let me think about this. So I feel like it should be a for loop. Because what you want to do is by default there won't be anything highlighted. So the moment you move your mouse down, right, so right, the selected index is basically You want to get all the children. Ah, that's it. No, I think this is where we need a for loop. Is this where we could plug in our list? Enumerable. It says collection. Could we plug a list into that, do you think? It's got the same symbol, but I don't know if collection is going to be a readable thing for list of game objects. What do you think? Will that work? So for each loop, you would basically okay. Right, so what we want to do, this should function perfectly fine. When we, by default, the selected index is 0. So what you want to do is you want to say, we're getting all the children, the game objects in here, and what you want to do is say what you want to do is do an if you want to do an if index equals right, okay. Does the selected, right, okay. If selected index, right, if selected index, and that is a integer, so if that index matches the selected index, if that's true, hold on. Right, so for each child, we're checking, does the selected index match the index of there? Child. If the selected index equals that, and then if it doesn't, that looks good, right? So for each loop, for each game object within that list, if we're checking, does the selected index match the index of that? So there should only ever be one that is returned true. So for the one that's turned true, we turn on the image to show it's highlighted. And then if it's not, we would do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to have this I don't feel like this should be on update, or else it's going to be doing that over and over and over. It just feels like, I don't know if that's efficient. Let's do this as a custom event, and we'll call this highlight selected. Oh, I'm just going to call it highlight actually. Keep it short. Short and sweet. I guess it's the moment of truth. I mean, it looks like this should work. I hope it does. Hold on a minute. No. No, we don't want to have that going in there. That would surely go in there. So this is basically controlling what's highlighted and what's not. So if the selected index is an exact match to that index, then we do that. If that index doesn't match, then we turn it off. Right. That should work. Let's pray for me. Pray for me, baby. Oh shit, hold on. We haven't even called that. What a numpty. The highlight. We need to trigger that custom event. Here. Right, here we go. Pray for me. Pray for me, baby. I hope this works. Round them up. Round them up. Come on, boys. Oh, what's going on there? Oh. Why is it highlighting the... What the fuck? Why is it doing that? Transform child out of bounds. Okay, it looks like that's... I need to get the children... I haven't... What a numpty. I need to get the children of... the loot parent. Jesus Christ, I had a panic there. I was like, what's going on with the UI? We're under attack. Crazy times, dude. Crazy times. Oh my god! Oh my god! Dude! It works! It works! Holy shit, bro! No, 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 no! Oh my god, bro. Okay, so when we go down, it's going... Okay. Transform child out of bounds. So basically, when we're scrolling down... Oh my god. They feel like they're spawning really quick. So we can actually go through the loot here. If I just want the gems. Okay, so it's capped at the top when I'm doing mouse wheel up. When I go down, you see that at the moment it's... Oh, dude. Dude, it works though. Dude, look at this. I've done it. I was panicking last night because I was just like, I don't know what I'm doing. And I've done it. Oh my god, dude. Oh, dude. Dude. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy, dude. Oh my god, I've done something amazing. Oh my god. Right, might need to count. Hold on. Might need to be count -1 because 1 would be 0 on the list. The max of the list is 1. Right, so hold on. It was the mouse wheel down, wasn't it? So mouse scroll down. Add 1. The items on there. This bit here. The maximum of the list is 1 more. I think I see what you're right. Oh, because computers count 0 as 1, and we're going by the index. So, what we'd need to have the minimum as -1. Hold on. So just change the minimum to -1. Is that right? -1, so... The zeros, hold on, so between the count and the clamps. Okay, so basically count the items, subtract 1 after that, and then that value would go into the maximum. Is that right? And just explain that to me again, because obviously the indexes start at 0. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. So the indexes start at 0. But the count items, that value doesn't start at 0, does it? So it would start at 1. Is that why we're subtracting 1? So that it aligns confusing, isn't it? Right, yeah, okay. Alright, let's see if that works then. Because I think... Right, let's see if this works. Got ya. Hey, baby! Oh, dude, that's really nice. Just... Oh, hold on. That's strange. So I'm scrolling up at the moment. But if I scroll down... If I scroll down... Transform child out of bounds. Zero, 1, 2, 3. I'm testing stuff. Okay, I think what's happening there is where I was setting... Okay, when I first ran in there, that worked nicely. I was able to scroll up and down. You know we are super close to doing the inventory. We are so close, bro. Right, so at the moment, I'm going up and down. It won't do anything. I leave. I kill that. If I go back into it... Oh. Oh, it's working. Okay, so I think if I remove one, E... Okay, so it's at the point we remove it, it's bugging out a little bit. Okay, so it works really nice before we start looting. So okay. So if we go into the bones, when we press E, I wonder if that's because we've not removed it from... Hold on. Destroy the spawned object. Right. Okay, I think what we need to do is remove it from the list there as well. I think that's the problem. So where we are entering and leaving the trigger, we are getting rid of the spawned UI object. But in the event that the player actually picks up loot, yes, we destroy the spawned object, but before we destroy the actual loot itself, we're going to need to remove it from the list there also. So if I copy that, I believe that's the solution. So if I plug that in there, so remove the spawned object from that, and then we'd need to put that in the other things. I mean, look at that. That's not actually a complicated bit of code for what it's doing. I had such a panic yesterday when I was sat there looking at these different nodes, and I was just like, where do I start? And then, lo and behold, it's so freaking cool, dude. Right, so we do that. I'm going to get a couple more skellies before we loot the bones. Right. So now, if I was to loot the middle one... I fixed it! Yes! Perfect. Perfect. Right, so we're going to copy that. So in the line of code where we actually loot an item, we're going to need to remove the item from the list. So that's the bone stack. So I'll go on to gem. Ugh! And it's that one. Basically, yeah. So it was going to it was going to something that didn't really exist. Right, so that is the blood ruby. Emerald. Right, bone script, bone stack, sorry. Bone stack is in there. Blood ruby, emerald, and the topaz. Save. Let's give it a playtest. Sorry. What might need to be removed? I've done it. This. Oh shit! I see what you're saying. You mean this bit would go before that bit? So remove the item from the list, then destroy that, or else that is going to be a empty reference, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you're right, dude. Eagle Eyes. Mr. Eagle Eyes. GG. Well spotted, my friend. Right, so we're going to do a switcheroo. Switcheroony. Well spotted, dude. Right, so remove the item and then destroy the item. So that is the bone stack. Mr. Eagle Eyes. Remove item and then destroy. Blood Ruby, Emerald. That's the emerald. Remove the item and then destroy it. And then the topaz. Let's just check that. Just got the OCD. Remove and then destroy. Remove, destroy. Remove, destroy. Remove, destroy. Okay, let's do a playtest then. So we're going to slaughter a load of skellies. Now the next thing is there's one final bit to polishing this turd, which is when the loot window gets big, we need to scroll with the you know, the scroller. Well, that's the only next challenging bit to this whole shababble. Because if you've got a ton of loot, because 7, that loot window will display 7 7 items. So at the moment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, dude, it works so well. God, these skellies are hungry for blood. Okay, so what we need to do... How are we going to do this bit? So, it's functioning really, really nicely. I'm very happy with it. I mean, I don't think I've played an RPG game where you have a window like this whilst the game's live and you're actually able to really quickly use the middle mouse to whiz through the loot. And you know what I mean? Like, if there was a ton of monsters respawning and you knew there was an item you want, you can literally just kind of quickly pick it up and then... Do you know what I mean? It's quite oh no! Well, that was interesting. That was an interesting bug. I think that's where I was transitioning between animation states, and I think that's why that bugged out. Right, so what am I trying to do? What was I just said what I needed to do and I've just gone blank. Oh, that was it, the scrolling itself. So, So what you want to do is you want to say if... I think it's the value, isn't it? Now, how are we going to do that? How are we going to get that to move? And also the size of it. The size of it should be based on how long the list of loot is. So, I don't even know how you would... You've got number of steps too. Wasn't that to do with how smooth? Wasn't that to do with how smooth the scroll bar goes? Right, so 3 hours, 20 minutes, we've essentially almost wrapped up the loot browser functionality. So happy with how it works. I'm ecstatic, guys. I'm absolutely ecstatic. Really happy with that. It works so well. Let me just make another coffee and we'll try and figure out how we can get that scroll bar. We'll figure it out. Okay. um, right, let me make my coffee, guys. So the final step for polishing off this amazing turd is to, when the loot window has greater than 7 items, when the amount of loot on the floor is greater than 7, that's when we need the scroll bar to kick into effect. Yeah, that's what we need to happen. Right, let me just go get my coffee. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to hide that handle if the children is less than 7 or less. So let me just quickly program that in. So loop browser. No. Get a child count of that. So we know 7 is the maximum items that are displayed before it goes off the screen. So if the total children is 7 or less, we set that inactive. If it's above that, then we hide it. There's 7 or less children. hide it if there's not? Right, okay. Let's just test that quickly. Fingers crossed, this should be nice. Perfect. Okay.
Quaker isn't a Quaker is.
Right, okay, so that's hiding the scroll bar. Oh, just 1 second. Okay. Okay. So, right, so we've got the scroll bar handle might be a bit mathy. What, Matthias? Right, so this final stage for the loot browser is we're setting the size of the scroll bar. So we're getting the total items, so the count of the loot items which we've already got. Yeah. Sorry, one sec, dude. I've just run this through AI for a query on it, just to help control the size. So we're going to have two variables. Total items. Right, both integers. So total items and then visible items. So we know that the visible amount is 7. It's always 7. It's a maximum of 7 that are visible before it goes out of bounds. Right, so okay, so we're going to need to have a custom event that keeps active track of we'll have it called count items. What time is it where you are, Awen? Oh really? Oh, that's not too bad. What time do you normally go to bed? Okay. Sounds similar to me, dude. Okay, so what this is doing is we are going into the scene variable of the loot parent, and we're counting how many children it has, and then we're setting the total items variable to whatever that is. Alright. Okay. Why was that down there? That would explain why it was looking like that. Before I just want to play test this. I just want to see if that size of that actually changes as we get more loot. Let me just test this. Round them up. Come on, boys. Dude, I'm so happy with that. I can obviously change the background to that if I want it to be, I don't know, like a browser that isn't semi-transparent, you know? I can always change that. What? Oh! Hold on. Why was it not showing then? That was strange. That was very strange. Why was that one rotating to face me? I fixed that bug. Interesting. So you see how that scroll bar is visible? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Why? So on the content, I set that to 210. Ah. I wonder if that's because why the scroll bar's not showing. So basically 210, that's the size of that window, because the whole thing that's 30 plus 210. So where I'm setting the content to be just that size, I'm wondering if that's why the scroll bar. Let me just temporarily unplug this to see if the scroll bar, because what I'm thinking is the scroll bar's not showing because I mean, it makes sense. It does make sense. So we've put the content box to the height of it has been that specific size allows for 7 lines of loot items, right? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because my code here will hide the scroll bar if the item's less than 7. But where I've set the height of the content box to the exact size of this, if the scroll bar didn't even show in that last playtest, so I just need to test it now. It's a bit weird. So what we're expecting to happen is when we exceed 7 items on that list, the scroll bar will be, well, it should show up, I think. That must be because okay. Okay. So basically when we add loot items to I think that's why the scroll bar's not showing, because my code, I unplugged that section here so basically when we each time a child is added, it's like you wanna set that height. The height should be a base of 210. It shouldn't go any lower than that. But each time a child is added, you need to add, I think it was 30. I think it's 30 if we're going to the UI. Yeah, 30 height. um, hmm. Right. I mean, it's working really nicely. What we're doing is we're just fine-tuning the final bit. And I would like to start on the inventory as well. Even if I don't finish it this stream, at least I can start on it. So each time a child gets added, simple maths. This should be simple maths. So the height should be 7 times 3 is 210. So it's basically children times yeah, because the viewport, if I turn that off, why am I going blank? It was the content, wasn't it? So the content, okay. So the content height, rectangular transform, height equals rect transform. Why is there no set height? What the hell? What? Left, right, position Y, position Z, height. That's really annoying. Why can't we do that? Actually, we already have that as a scene variable. Content loop is the loop parent. Oh my god, why can't I find the height? I want to set the height. This is so annoying. Would it be that? H delta. Because we know as we move that content, that scroll bar is definitely right, so basically you see on the content when I drag this, the scroll bar is changing. 210, my game object UI that displays in the loop is 30 height, right? So each time we want to set the height of this, it will basically be count the children, times that by 30 and set that value as the height. But I don't know what node to look for. Like we can see that's a float. But I'm just like, you can see in the top right, the inspector, the field is called height. But when we're in here, like if I go rectangular transform, are you freaking joking? Are you joking, dude? Are you serious? It's there. What the fuck, dude? Height of the rectangle. Fucking hell. Why does that not show on there? What the... Oh, that's ridiculous. Zero, 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 zero. Ooh. So we've got lots of different things there. But hold on a minute. Set the height. Okay. So the height is that's an integer. So it's gonna be it's basically gonna be the loop parent child count loop parent child count. I mean, to be honest, we've got this total items here. So the total items is gonna be 1, 2, whatever. So if we times multiply that, multiply that by 30, because the prefab is 30 height. So we times that by 30. So, well, hold on, I'm not putting a float. This is an integer. Why is that coming out? You know what? So we set the height of the rectangle. So times it by 30. So if there's 7 items, it's 210 high. The loot parent, we're setting the height of rectangle transform. I hope that's right. Oh! I scroll bar, right, so this is inactive at the moment. Okay. Right. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to have that box here. I'm going to have that content box open. And I'm going to drag this off. And if I just... I basically want to watch, so we can see we can see the inspector, we can see the content. So we're going to watch that and see, make sure it updates. Cannot convert from Unity game object to Unity engine rectangle. Fuck me. Is it taking the piss? Hold on, why is it going for the loot browser? Let's see if that works. I'm guessing that's why that didn't work. Right, let's try again. go. Come on, baby. Please work. Please don't come up with an error. Oh. Right. The height's not getting set. Can you see that? What the frick? Why is that not? Doesn't look like we're getting any errors. How annoying. Why is the height of that? I'm literally setting the height and that's not... Why is that being a bastard? No errors. Why is that? Why is that not doing what it's been told to do? I'm not getting any errors. Tell you what, this doesn't make sense, does it? No errors. We're exposing the rectangle transform of the content, which is that rectangle transform. Oh, 1 second, guys. I think the bin man are here. Hold on, I've just got to put the bins out. Apparently they come early. Cheeky buggers. Bins weren't meant to be collected today. Right. Sorry, give me 1 second. One second, guys. Right. So why is this rectangular transform? Why is that not working? Is it because we're not getting the height? I shouldn't need to do that though. Get the height. Oh, it's so annoying. It really is annoying. I really don't know why. It's definitely... It's definitely that rectangle. It's got to be that rectangle. I don't know what that float input the values for. I mean, no, shit, it must be that. Target is the rectangle. Maybe, I mean, that's a float going into a float. Get the variable of total items. Maybe if I change that to a float. I don't think that will matter though. I don't think that will matter. Oh my god. I give up. I give up. Makes no sense. The other option I have I just don't understand why it's not playing ball. Scary fest. And you see that? We're not able to scroll, even though there's more options. The scroll bar's not showing because the box is set to 210. So what I'm going to do I'm going to get rid of that. No. I think the reason I didn't is because we got the vertical layout group on here. So I got a warning when I added it to there because we've got vertical layout group here. Interesting. Okay. Let's test it. I didn't get a warning. So at the moment, it's 0. Oh, okay, so I wouldn't even need to, I wouldn't need to adjust any of the settings then, so. Oh, there we go. Oh, dude, that's so much better, dude. Thank you. That's actually adding it in increments of 30. That's perfect. Oh, dude, that's so much better. The reason why I hadn't done that before is because previously, when we were doing a certain part, because there was a vertical layout group on like the parent, when I added the content size fitter as a component, it had a warning saying, oh, you already have a layout group controlling the size of things, you shouldn't add this. Oh, dude, that's perfect. Oh, dude. You legend. Okay, and then what we need to happen... I don't like the thickness of that bar. It's just so thick. Right, so that has resolved the... I don't even need this handle visibility then. Because I was trying to control that based on... Okay, so the next task, it's just too thick and ugly, isn't it? Like, that's a chunky old bar. I feel 0.5 is nicer. I feel like I want to set the colour to the colour of the loot as well. Sorry, not the colour of the loot. I'm just keeping a consistent colour theme. There we go. A nice yellow bar. It just looked out of place with it being white. Yep, I know that's the width. It's the width of the handle. Oh, fuck. Why is that over there? Why has that just disappeared over there? Oh my god! Blood ruby! 1% chance drop. Okay, that looks really nice. Can you see? That looks really nice, having the rectangular scroll bar as that yellow colour, and thinner as well. Right, the next challenge, the final bit then. The final bit then is to make the slider go up and down. Right, I'm happy with that. Okay. So the value. So we need to update the scroll bar position based on selection. Okay. So we got the scroll bar. We've got a scroll bar handle. I don't need that. We're gonna need a reference for that scroll bar. So I'm excited. This is the last bit of the loot browser, and then we can get the inventory up and running. Okay, so we've got the game object reference for that. So loot selection, reset index, and that. Right. So selected index divided by so total items minus divisible items. So divide the selected index is divided by total minus divisible. Subtract. Scroll bar, set value. So this is gonna be. I'm just gonna call it scrolling. So hopefully hopefully that scroll bar is now going to move as we increase. Fingers crossed. I'm going to drink my coffee, guys. So hopefully, as we accumulate more loot on the pile, when we navigate, as we increase that, hopefully the scroll bar will actually let us properly browse through the loot. Oh my god, it's working. Oh my god. Okay, I don't like the way it kind of, I don't know, it jumps. Can you see that? As we kind of go, it does like a huge... Instead of it jumping straight down, maybe that's me just being picky. I kind of wanted the scroll bar I want it to go like line by line instead of showing the entire next batch. You see that? It does like one screen and then the whole Okay, there is one bug fix I've noticed. Okay, so the way the scroll bar okay, I'm going to try number of steps. I'm going to see if this, because at the moment it's 0. I just have a feeling that if I put 1, I'm hoping the scroll bar will do what I want it to do. Because at the moment, if we have too big, if we had like 14 lootables on screen, what's happening is it just jumps from one whole section to another, and I don't like that. I'd much prefer it to do it a bit nicer. I'm hoping this steps is going to do what I hope it will do. I have a feeling it will. I'm not too sure. I haven't really used the scroll bar too much in Unity. This is making me want to play Diablo 2, you know. Oh, that looks like it might actually... want the horizontal to be the same. Do you notice that? Why is that going off there? Bottom to top. Right, so we just need to check that that UI is actually, sounds a bit odd. That works so nicely. Right, let's put that back to bottom to top. Right, one sec. I'm just gonna check what these Right, we're going to change the movement type. We're going to go clamped. Turn off the inertia. Okay. Right. We're going to see if that makes a difference. And what we need to check is on the previous thing, I think it's to do with the auto size fitter. The vertical's working nicely, but where I hadn't specified the horizontal, the text was actually, it was doing something weird. It was like slightly off, like it was moving. At the moment, as you can see, you got like 5 pixel margin. And at one point, when there was quite a lot of loot, the actual lines of text, it moved across to the right hand side a little bit. So hopefully that's resolved the issue. Okay, that is actually... I think that's doing what I want it to do. Hard to tell until we get a bit more loot on there. Whoa! God damn. Oh no, it's still doing it. I mean, to be fair, I think I'm just being super picky there. But the way... Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. It's really nice being able to, because it's third person, you've got your hands on the keyboard and mouse at all times. It feels really quite nice just to be able to use the middle mouse wheel there to just quickly whiz through the loot and pick what you want. I really like that. Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, alright. So I think we can tick off oh my god, browser loot. Right, what I need to do... scroll bar invisible if loot amount exceeds. Okay, so we got some bug fixes. Looks like there's 17 in total. No. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 bug fixes to do. Only fairly small things. A couple of graphical. I think 3 graphical fixes needed. The other things, there's just a couple of UI things, really. So, what are we at? 5 hours 15. Should I call the stream there? And then, because we're literally at the stage where we're ready to we're at the stage where we're ready to we're at a stage where we're ready to do the inventory. I just know that it will make it a much longer video. And I don't know how long it will take me to do an inventory. I mean, that is the loot browser wrapped up. So I'm happy with that. The next step is oh my god, a backpack. I think I was going for a 50 slot, so I think it was 5 by 10. I think it was 5 by 10. Yeah, I was doing a 5 by 10 inventory. I think what I might do, guys, is call the stream there, because there's I feel like it's taken quite a long time just to get this loot browser wrapped up. So it's essentially a 2-part stream, because yesterday we were working on this and today we've worked on it. So in total, I think it's been about 9 or 10 hours just to get that properly functioning. And I'm happy with how it works. The scroll bar now, it goes through the loot, and when we press E on the loot, we get rid of it. So in the code for those prefabs, like over here, at this stage here, this is where we're going to be adding these kind of items to to the player's inventory. So that would involve creating like a UI screen. What I'd probably do, just for a temporary thing, is to create like just a simple square, similar to how we've got the loot interface. I mean, to be fair, thinking of it, Valheim has a very simple, like, just I think it was rectangular with beveled edges for their inventory, and they did not have much space in there at all. So I'm thinking if we had just something similar like this, because this again is kind of placeholder at the moment, because I'd like to design something in Photoshop that just looks quite nice for this to sit within. And we could do the same for the inventory. Now the inventory, what I would probably do is, if we turn on the journal, like, I feel it would make sense to have something a similar size in there, because we know that our player character is center screen. So I don't really want a horizontal kind of backpack coming over the character and getting in the way. It would just look rubbish. So I think keeping this nice top left hand side UI elements, like we could have, similar to how we've got the loot, we would have similar, but just like a vertical, kind of similar to the size of this. Now I've decided on a 50 slot backpack. I feel that's like a very generous amount. So we will do that in the next stream. I don't know if that's going to be today, because it's 9 o'clock in the morning UK time. So I may do a stream later today, but I need to have an early night. So if I'm not streaming tonight or later today, I will do a stream possibly Sunday night. So I've never done an inventory in all the games I've made so far. So similar to how I've done this loot browser, I've not done anything like that before, but I've done it. Really happy with it. So we will do similar, and this is just the code that handles the loot browser, guys. Very straightforward. It does the job. It's nice, it's simple, it doesn't clutter the world space, it's all nice and organised. So I'm going to call the stream there, guys. I hope you have enjoyed watching. Thank you for joining me. If you haven't already, feel free to give us a follow on Twitch if you want to stay up to date with the latest and the greatest. If you want to see any of the previous streams, you can check out my YouTube channel below. I've got stuff for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play version 1.0 of this game, you can check out my itch page below. The game is called Sword and Scourge. Thanks for watching, guys, and I will see you in the next stream.